I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6 p.m. on Monday, June 6th at the Grafton Town Hall. First order of business is to adopt the agenda. Can I have a motion, please? Oh, yeah, we have.
I'd like to add that
Okay.
under, I think, building committee, the building committee, I think it's the best place to put it, the Craig's property in her office,
Okay.
Michelle Craig's.
All right. So
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of suggestions, please.
yes.
First of all, under number 3, I believe we approved the May 9th minutes on May 16th. So we may be able to take that item off the agenda.
Okay.
And also under item number 6, I wonder if the select board would agree to move the topic of the expenditure report until Kim can be here, so that she'll be able to answer our questions.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Maybe we could just move it to the next meeting.
I'm sorry, you removed which one?
Expenditure report.
Expenditure report.
Okay, so let's start over again. A motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So,
Okay. Do we have second? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, so since we only have 1 minute, are there any additions or corrections to the minute? 23.
You have two. You have the
I thought we did the 9th.
23rd and the 16th.
I move to adopt the minutes of May 16th.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All, there we know further, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now we have the meetings of the 23rd. I can't find it. I don't know why.
I didn't print them out.
Huh?
I didn't print them, so.
Yeah, we got the 23rd.
So I
I
had,
don't have the 16th. We got the 9th.
I had
On the 23rd, yes, it's there. On the, okay.
I move to adopt the minutes of May 23rd.
okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so highway report. Danny, would you like to
Sure.
give us an update?
There is no update on the FEMA. They're just still processing the stuff. Everything they said was going through good. The Fed aid highway, we haven't seen any money back. That I would think would be coming pretty soon.
But it was filed, everything
Oh,
was.
it's all filed. They're just waiting on it from them. I
Okay.
do think the Fed, FEMA stuff has been sent back to some of it to the state, the Blue Project. And then they are the ones that disperse the money. It doesn't come directly from FEMA. So some of the projects have gone through some of the first channels, I guess. But I don't have anything on that other than that. On the other, we're working on the Better Back Road grants. We finished up, like David finished up the one on Right Orchard. They're working on Cambridgeport 1, which were leftover grants from last year. And we got some shoulder work out in Holtonville along the side of the road. And we're gonna see about barreling they call it a hot box, so we can patch a bunch of potholes with hot mix, so it doesn't get cold on us before we get it out, because there's so many on 35 and going to Chester and going down 121. So let's see if I can possibly borrow one of them so we can get some of that done. Other than that, I'm sure we'll start going around grading again here pretty soon if we get some rain. So there we go.
Are you gonna get any mowing?
Yeah, David will be starting to do some of the mowing. He said he was gonna start today doing some of the bridges and guardrails. So.
But that one out by us is,
Yeah, I did Cambridge, I told them to start on the Cambridgeport Bridge and Bentonville Bridge first, and the two worst, and then, work in between, so.
Danny, last time, at our last meeting, we talked about the village park and the drive and the culverts that are gonna be up there. First of all, welcome back. And I just wondered what the status of that is.
I've taken the culverts up and the fabric and left off up there already.
Yes, I saw them.
So as soon as we get the grant project on the Port Road, then I will go up there and get the culverts in.
So how long do you think that will be?
I'm hoping another week on the Port Road and that will be done. Because that grant has to be done by the end of July,
Okay.
Bill. So I just want to get that one completed.
And there was some discussion about planting grass up there. Have you and Al worked that all out?
I think that was just Al doing that.
Oh,
Yeah, I think Al
Al
was gonna
wanted to do
plant
that,
the grass,
okay, I misunderstood.
He was gonna buy it. And
He was gonna buy it, that's right. Okay, good, thanks.
Anybody else, anyone, David?
What about this Putnam Forest Road culvert that we got a lot of correspondence about?
Oh, we don't have that yet. We just, I can report on it. They called and said they had 135,000. We looked around and, that's been the troublesome culvert. It is right about the right price for the 135 to cover, enough so that our match, at 135, our match of being 20% is, 10% is basically 13,500. So if the culvert is 127, then we're fine. We are, we have an estimate of 150, but we looked at it again and, that 150 was a 48-foot culvert. The width of that road is 21 feet. Talked to Scott Jensen again. He says it can be shorter. We think around 32, 33 feet, which will mean the cost will be less. However, not included that, included in that estimate is closing the road. Well, you can't close the road unless you're gonna deliver a bunch of food over the border beforehand, because there's no way out. So, it'll probably be with a temporary bridge, it will probably be right around 150, everything being equal. By this time next year, there could be 175, who knows, but it's 135 is the money we get, and we have to, and our match is 10%. And that's why we picked that one, simply because economically it worked out, unlike the one we're gonna do next year on Hinkley Brook Road, which is about 60,000 match, simply because of the amount that V-Trans gave us.
Well, you'd be talking about closing the road, days, weeks, or?
A week,
A week.
and there's no way, it's too narrow, there's no way to go half of it, and you can't really lay out a box culvert in halves, because you really want the whole thing to be, you can, but it'll probably be really hard to do. You want the whole thing to be flat, then put the bottom pieces in, they're all clamshells, fill that full of rock, put the clamshell on top. That's where you want to build it, you don't want to build a tap in it.
So I'm on vacation for a week. You live in a house up there.
Pardon me?
I'm kidding. As it's 7 on vacation for a week, is maybe cheaper.
Well, we thought they could all take it
A lot
all
of
in how
people,
their
a lot of
parties,
houses
but we don't need.
Oh, yeah.
So I,
There's room enough to build a temporary passage around it.
And if I could explain it a little bit more, if I explained it to Hardy today, but just really roughly. The passage would go on the westerly side, on Hardy's house's side, because that's, the other side is impossible.
Yeah.
And then as you take that out, you're gonna leave part of it, because part of the problem there is the stream bank is so low that it is, not to get very deep and it comes right over the stream bank. So when you take that road out, you'll leave part of that as the stream bank. So you'll raise the stream bank on the southerly side of the creek as you're coming off the jumps.
But just remember, we haven't had, we don't have that, we haven't been approved yet.
Well, the application has been sent to V-Trans, recommend approval, and they'll probably get it back in a couple of weeks, and then if you bid out, but it probably won't be built until next year.
Right.
I thought we had had back approval.
Oh, no,
Not the 135.
approved for May, we got it back, approved by Mark Pickering to proceed to V-Trans for approval.
But we haven't
They got
received
half
the
of the district, it recommend approval to V-Trans, but it hasn't been approved.
But also as those to that size of the culvert is gonna be smaller than what the hydraulic study said too.
It's smaller, but Scott says he doesn't know why it was so big. Scott says he doesn't know why it was so big.
Right, but that's gonna affect your cost, but that is smaller.
Yeah, so that's gonna be smaller, but it's gonna also, because we need to bypass, it's gonna be bump back up.
Yeah, it might pass it.
All right. Clerk and treasurer. Kim's not here. Ken, do you have something you want to deal with this, Bill?
I just, the digging will not appear for the upgrade. We're talking about the box that's going to be put in here by Green Mountain Power. We are going to meet with Green Mountain Power on the 15th at noon to discuss the project and then proceed from there. It's a little bit complicated, and Greg doesn't want to meet without a meeting, and people have been on vacation or this, that, and everything. So we're going to meet on the 15th, set a date for the digging, and then go ahead with that. The unregistered dog report, that you need to look at that, and you need to make a motion to send it to the constable for the constable to take care of. The Humane, but I'll stop there when we do that.
Somebody want to make a motion to,
I
send
have a
it?
question about it. So, Bill, would you just clarify the flat fee of $385,000,
No, we're not there yet. We
Okay,
have to, a motion to send the list of the unregistered dogs to the constable.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were on the
Yeah,
contract.
we need a motion, to do that.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Do we have any other discussion?
Do we have a number of unregistered dogs?
There's a list somewhere.
You didn't get it, it was sent to you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
I didn't see a list of unregistered.
Well, it really doesn't make no difference. I mean, it's a list of.
Well, it might not hurt for everybody to look at that list while we're talking about other things, because there's people on there that you're gonna be a little bit surprised. It wouldn't hurt.
I hope it's not Sasha.
We still haven't found out any thing about the sheriff's department.
No, I want to talk about it. Under other.
Everybody's making sure that they ain't on the list.
I have a dog, so I know I'm not on the list.
You're on the cat license report.
Yeah, the cats are back, cats on the license. Well, Walter Crutchfield, how can he be on the list? He's not around.
I'll let you tell you there's a list. That's Kim's list.
Yeah, we can probably let that one pass.
Walter is deceased.
Long arm of the law.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
well, you're right to your grave.
Well, it's up to the constable, I guess, to deal with that.
Yeah.
Thank God we don't have to.
Sometimes the valves pass on, couldn't it?
And it isn't as if there hasn't been a great effort to get all those people to get this out licenses.
Well, Kim sends a letter, talks to them, calls them, and so it's not just, I mean, they just ignore it.
Kim works that.
Yeah.
So everybody had a chance, somebody want to make a motion that we send this
Rich made a motion,
to the constable?
Suzanne seconded, sent it, Con.
Okay, chance that. So I didn't know if you wanted
You
to
need,
go forward.
you need to vote on it.
So all in favor of sending this list to the constable, say aye. Opposed? Okay.
So in other words, the constable's gonna follow up with each of these people,
Yes.
not Kim.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That's his job.
All right.
The next thing we have is the Humane Society contract, which we do every year. I could, apparently you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I just wondered if that flat fee of $285 is for impoundment, or is that our contract price?
That's our contract price. If there's a dog impounded, that person pays that fee,
Oh, I see.
or they don't get the dog back.
I see. So that's not a fee that we pay now. That's the family of the dog pays.
So if there's no question, if there's no other questions, somebody make a motion that we adopt the Wyndham County Humane Society for the year 2022.
And authorize Joe to sign it since he's got it right there. Please.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Suzanne seconded that. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. What is it? Six. You want to say this over? Thank you. Okay, so, where it's spent, review of the expense next, on the next meeting? Correct? Suzanne?
I'm
We'll
sorry.
deal with the expenses next meeting.
Yes,
Yes, okay.
yes.
Is there any other bill that you have on the clerk right here?
Specifically,
John had a question about
Sure.
sheriff.
oh, I got a strange email from the sheriffs today asking us to tell them what hours we want. The reason it's strange to me is that we've been dealing with the sheriff over the dog, the animal control as well as is ours. So I think the question she is asking is, in the ordinary patrol contract, do you want the same amount of hours as you've always had, or do you want to increase them, or do you want to decrease them? I can answer that question for her, and then she will send the contract on that. In the meantime, I'll also contact the sheriff and ask him what's happening with the animal control contract.
Right.
Okay.
So does the board have a feeling that we want to continue the sheriff's hours like we've had in the past 4 or 5 years? Or should we increase it, or should we cut it? Or do you want to think about this and put it on for the next meeting?
So how many hours right now? Is it 4 hours a month? Bill?
I didn't bring it up.
I think it's,
Yeah,
I think it's 4 hours a month, plus he does, the first sergeant does a prisoner transfer. And when he's on his way to the prison to pick him up, he'll come through the town in the morning. So just those hours that he spends where he's in transit, he does not count toward the 4 hours of the contract. Now, how much time he's spending on that now, as opposed to before, I do not know. I know that they are not at full staff, but I think they are coming back to full staff. But in any case, the contract that you're familiar with, do you want to keep that, or do you want to reduce it or increase it?
it sounds like we're not familiar with the terms of that contract off the top of our heads. So maybe, as Joe said, we should write. I have a copy of it right here, actually.
Well, I think it's 4 hours a month, correct? The question, the real question is, do you want to continue as we have been, or do you want to up it or lower it?
I like the fact that we have the presence of them. It'd be nice to have them here more, as long as they're doing their job.
Well, I mean, just as, I'm not sure if this is going to happen here, but, you know, with the situation of the country and the rise in crime and inflation and whatever, I mean, obviously, I don't think you want to decrease your, any kind of exposure that you have. Perhaps you might want to increase it, I don't know. But obviously, you know, the state troopers are not going to come.
So what does that cost to have an increase?
I don't know.
It's $51 an hour.
It's not.
$51 or $52 an hour.
So if you increase it to 6 hours times 12, that times 52, then it'd be what you would have to increase.
If I have,
No, times 12.
I have a copy of the contract here. It says the office agrees that it will schedule deputies on a regular basis to meet a goal of approximately 8 hours a month of
Oh,
patrol
yeah.
time.
Okay.
And it's very sporadic. When we sign the warrants, you see that some months are 15 hours, some months are 2 hours. I think 8 hours is still reasonable now.
Well, that's okay. I mean, if that's what you're going to do, we can vote on it now, and then Bill they can send the contract in. Or if you want to think about it, we put it on the agenda for next week, next week.
Well, we're already in June. She wants to get this done. If you delay it,
Okay.
the contract isn't going to come back in time to approve it by the end of the month.
Well, what if you think that's enough, why don't you make a motion and we'll see how the board feels.
Okay. I move that we maintain the 8 hours of sheriff's service per month in the contract for next year.
We have a second?
I'd like to see it increased, sorry.
Well, you can all discuss it. If you second it.
It's not an increase, it's the same amount. It's the same amount.
No,
Well, should I say it?
I'd like to see it increased.
Oh, you'd like to see an increase, okay.
No, I'll second it, but I think you made a valid point.
If you're gonna increase it, Ken, we don't have that money in the budget.
No, I honestly and truly, I don't think you can increase any items that's with the inflation and the cost that the town is, I don't think you can knowingly increase anything. And if you do want to increase it, the time to increase it would be at next October, November, when we sit down with the budgets, because I think that you're going to find that the budgets are going to be extremely out of whack. I mean, I look at Dan, he shakes his head. I mean, you know what fuel costs, you know what a culvert
I've never
costs,
seen my budget.
and you know what parts costs, and you know what everything is costing, and it's certainly not gonna be in budget unless we do something about it, so. And I think you'll see that once you look at some of the numbers towards the end of this year.
I was thinking of increasing it to two more, you know, of 8 out of 10.
Yeah, but it's more money being increased, and I don't think you can do that now, personally.
I'm just concerned, Kathy, as a practical matter, they hardly live up to the 8 hours per month on a regular basis. We might pay for 10 and not get it.
And the last warrant was the first one I see that had any fines on it.
Come down on my way.
On Main Street too, if they were here.
Any other discussion about the motion?
No, I just think if there's something tangible we can hang our hat on to say we're having a problem of X, Y, Z, then I think we gotta consider increasing it. If we don't, things are unsmooth, I'd say probably leave it just the way it is and move forward. I haven't heard any
No.
problems, new problems that we could have.
If not, we'll call the question. All in favor of renewing the contract at 8 hours per month? Say aye. Aye, opposed?
I oppose it.
Okay, so it's 4-1. One opposition. Okay, Joe, is that satisfying? You giving the sheriff now?
I hope so.
Okay. Marty, I guess you're up to give us a rundown of the meeting.
Okay, the WNUESD had a recent meeting on May 24th, and all of the articles that were on the warning were approved. The most important ones being Article number 4, which means now that Grafton and Athens are their own school district as of July 1st. And then Article 5, where we will be starting 2024 with a $350,330 surplus, which can be used in the budget after the one that we are going to be going into this July 1st, to reduce the budget the following year or taxes, for taxes or for additional expenses for tuition. But we will have the opportunity to utilize that money, and there could be most likely more coming from the present year.
This is for 2024.
Yes. And I'll make a comment on the coming year in a minute. Article 6 was related to the fact that we would like to increase the school board, and so we wanted to add one person in Grafton and one person in Athens to make a total of 6. That was approved. And then the next article was, do we want to elect somebody that night? Well, Grafton, 2 or 3 people hemmed and hawed, but nobody committed. So we carried that over, but we would certainly like to have somebody by July 1st.
Do you need one person?
Here.
You need one?
We need one person from Grafton. Athens, a person by the name of Harold Noyes, who I guess is prior select school officer there, school board member, was elected for Athens. So Athens has 3 members. They're Lynn Morgan, Krista Gay, and Harold Noyes as of July 1st. And then myself and Jack Bryan for Grafton as of now. Article 8 was giving the authority to Jack Bryan to sign the lease. He signed the lease, and I believe we now have another lease. Is that correct, Phil? That we will be signing.
Yeah, there's, well,
It's like for the slight amendment.
if people agree, passive wants us to change the language of in the insurance paragraph. And so that's what I sent to everybody to consider. Let me know what you're gonna do.
The school board does not have a problem with that.
Okay.
I've talked to them.
Okay, then, and the other thing is, when we get done with the Craig's thing, we will probably want to further amend the lease by amending the description of the property to include the property that comes from Mrs. Craig's to the school. And the reason that would go to the schools, because right now, the children can't get out of the school on this far end, except onto private property or onto town property, not leased by the school, if they didn't amend the lease. So if they amend the lease, then all that property would be there. And their normal practice of walking around the school, plowing the snow all the way around the school to keep the water from going in the school, would all be on the leased property. So that might be a further amendment if.
Can we get this current amendment that you sent out signed so that we can be in line for our ESSER funds?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be great.
Well, the lease that you needed for the ESSER funds, that is done.
Well, I believe we also need to sign this amendment.
Okay, then I can get that to you guys as soon as possible.
Patty, can you,
Speaking of the ESSER funds, I don't know whether anybody knows what they are. I don't know a tremendous amount about them, except I have reviewed and a little bit of detail since I got on the board. But there were 3 ESSER funds provided to the state of Vermont and to the town and to the district of, Bellas Falls, Rockingham, and Grafton and Westminster. The first one was $1,483,495, and this had to be completed by 9/30/22, which was just coming up right now. I have not seen what they spent all the money on, but it was for COVID relief and, all sorts of things related to the school during COVID. Then there was an ESSER 2, which they also have funds, which totaled $5,828,077, which has to be completed by 9/30/2023. ESSER 2 supposedly is for the loss of learning and reopening summer school and after-school programs. This money has not all been spent yet, and I have not seen an accounting of it myself. I'm on the board. It hasn't been made available to us yet. Then there's a third pot of money for $13,079,351, which is to be completed by 9/30/24. There is a list of, extensive list of projects that they have broached that could possibly utilize this money. Each project, though, has to be approved by the education department before the division or the group can spend it. So that's a total of $13 million. And I have tried to get in things like the boiler, which I believe will get done for the school over here, the playground equipment, hopefully can come out of some of these funds. And I'm hopeful that'll actually come out of this $5,848,000 that they already have available and does not require state approval. But that's to be seen. Tomorrow night at the Bellows Falls High School, there's what they call a community night to review this plan. And this is a plan that will be on display on June 7th at 6 p.m. in the auditorium and maybe online. You all might want to be interested in it because it's a lot of money and there's a lot of projects. And I don't think the general population knows very much about this.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of, that's $20 million.
Yeah, and they don't have an accounting yet?
No.
Oh, my God.
Well, they haven't spent, the only thing they've spent, the $1,483,000 and some of the $5,008,000, but nothing has been spent on the rest of it yet.
And if you look at the list,
Yes, Kathy.
there's only one thing on there, the $60,000 that for Grafton for the water system, or the water leaking or something. Nothing else for Grafton. Everything's going to Westminster, Central School, the high school, and $1,800,000 for their driveway. So their fleet of buses you can get to the fleet of buses. So people need to go to this meeting, ask the questions. I don't see any input from parents or students or the community on that list. I did send it to you, Bill, because you sent the first one out and I did the survey. Once I did the survey, I couldn't get back into that. So I called the super's office and they sent me the whole thing. I
They
sent
sent
it to
you the
you.
list, okay.
And I sent it to you.
I couldn't
Bill.
see the list at all.
Well, if you click on that, you get it. You have to go through the whole thing and it's printed out. And it does mention that, is it the ESSER money and then also ANR or ARN?
There's some other funds too. I'm not exactly
Right.
sure what they are, but
And
there's
there's
even more money than the 20 million that's
Right.
floating around here.
There's percentages that they have to follow, like 0.5% to 1% administration. But if you look at that list, a lot of it's administration. I'm just concerned of where our money's going.
Well, we do a lot of road paving, haven't we?
Buy a lot of gas too.
Holy mackerel.
But Kathy, as you read this list, which thank you for doing that, I wish that you had the time to go on the school board. You'd be so great at it. Anyway,
Still thinking of that.
good. Anyway, are these a list of proposals or are these a list of decisions that have already been made?
Proposals.
They're proposed.
They're proposals.
But they, according to what I've read, they've had meetings. And they list the people involved. A lot of them are the principals. There are some community folks. I didn't see much input from Grafton on those lists.
I didn't really,
Well, can Grafton put list of proposals in?
they could, yes. I mean, if there's things that we need facility wise, definitely should, be put in.
So I would recommend folks to go to the meeting and speak up.
Yes.
I plan to go to the meeting on that. But Hardy, if I understood you correctly too, there's still some opportunity for possibly projects in the 5.8 million.
I believe there is, yes. They haven't spent all the money yet. And in fact, I was told that by Andrew Moss, when I brought up the boiler and the playground, that they were hoping to do that out of that money. So that's,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
just
know
not,
whether they're going to do.
yeah, it's not listed.
No, well, that's a different, they didn't list the projects for the 5.8 million, just the 13.
And
And the projects, if you add them up, adds to more than 13 million dollars, so.
will those lists be available tomorrow night, or do we need
Yes.
to figure out how to do what Kathy?
I would think they would be available at the meeting. And I have somewhere in my emails, the list of the projects. I could get that at some point if somebody needs it.
And a lot of, from what I've read, a lot of it is COVID related. Everything has to be attached because it's COVID.
Hey,
Which is, you know, like upgrading the air in the schools. And then they have a lot of money in there to do that for the various schools, which I believe they also have money in there. To upgrade the air.
Well, if we could go get a list of this, I guess that would be great.
I sent it to them.
Okay, yeah, I did,
So click on that and it'll open up.
okay.
Don't do the survey.
No, I won't.
You can't get that there.
Any other, how you done, or you need?
No, I got one other thing I wanted to mention. Earlier this month, H 737 was approved by the House and the Senate. And it's presently on Governor Scott's desk for approval. And what this bill is, it sets the annual yield for the coming year that goes into the calculations of the tax rates. And it also sets the non-resident tax rate for the whole state for the coming year. So what they have said and put on Scott's desk for, I believe he will approve it, is that the non-res rate would go from 1.612 this past year, and in Grafton it was 1.554 because of the CLA, down to 1.466, and in Grafton that would actually be a rate of 1.439 because the CLA is only 101. 101.87 for Grafton this year because of the reappraisal a year ago. But that's a reduction of 11.5 cents on the non-res rate. So all of the non-res, people that are classified as non-res, their taxes for the state education, they're gonna go down by 11.5 cents per 100.
The non-resident,
Yes,
and what happens to us?
for the homestead people,
Yeah.
I believe it'll go down more. I don't want to give you an exact number, but I will say it's gonna
It
be
hasn't
more
been that way,
than.
the last 2 years it hasn't been that way, we pay more.
Yeah, well, we're still may pay a couple cents more than 1.439, but this year we paid 1.69. And it's gonna go down, more than the 11.5 cents,
Oh, so-
as long as Scott signs it.
Artie, did you explain, you said something about the tax rate for 2024? Who determines that, the school board or the town?
The tax rate,
But you said there's a surplus.
the surplus,
Right.
that was determined by the school board, which was the WNUESD school board, you know, which had Westminster representation and Grafton Athens representation. And I actually was the one that figured out who should get what. And it was done based on the taxes that had been put in to run the schools for the past 2 years by Grafton, Athens, and Westminster for percentage wise.
But it's to reduce the budget.
Well, not this year. It can be used the following year. This year, again, the budget's been set, it's a $1,766,000. The homestead tax rate has been set based on this budget, basically. That's what our taxes are gonna be based on. In the following year, there's gonna be probably another surplus a little bit from this $1,766,000 that we're in this year. And when we come to do the budget and the tax rate for the coming year, we will have the surplus, just like the town has the surplus right now. The thing is, with the school, I understand, we have to use it in the coming year or we lose it because the state takes it back. So we will be utilizing that 350 for sure, and probably a little bit more if we get issue.
But it can be used, if I understood you correctly, for either budget reduction or paying tuition,
Yeah, and if you pay the tuition, you're gonna be
reducing your budget.
So, you could also use it to improve the facility. You could spend it on, a new something.
Okay, anything else on the school? Thank you, Harvey. Community reports, John, you want to talk about the cemetery?
First review, and I've got to get together with the new landowner of the top avocados of the home.
Okay,
He's willing to sell us some land,
okay, all right,
so whenever you're available.
okay.
uh,
Probably next week.
And we're doing traffic.
Yes, okay.
And who's in New Orleans? Sorry? Who's in New Orleans?
I don't know what the names are. You know Hardy?
So what, I missed that.
Where is it?
What?
Cemetery man, potential cemetery man.
No. Where are they talking?
New owners are Matthew Dowd.
Dowd?
Yeah, DOWD.
The person I talked to is Sam Dow, he's the one I could talk to, that's the Dow.
It's a family. There's Matthew Dowd, Daniel Dowd, and Samuel Dowd.
Are they part-timers or are they here full-time?
They're part-time.
Okay, so we'll have to make an appointment with them. Okay,
And, and looking over the cemetery before Memorial Day, I walked through them all, and they are in very sad shape. The fences are all falling down, split rail fences, they're rotten, they all need replacing. You can't replace one rail or a post, it all needs to be done, especially Holmesville. The village cemetery, this is, the fence in the back, there's one section that's toppled right over, and as I understand, it's been like that for 3 years.
Walter was supposed to fix it,
But
but,
it just lays there and mow and work around that. And there's gravestones that are tilted, there's gravestones that are flat. Too, and in all the cemeteries. And Stevens is gonna mow by Friday before Memorial Day. But they still didn't look to my satisfaction because there was a lot of debris still left in the cemetery from the cleanups. And they were run right over by the lawnmower and distributed all over the place. And I didn't think that would look very good. We received how many complaints from people that went to visit the cemeteries. Last I knew it was 7 or 8 kids. And I don't know if she got any more or not. But they do need, other than what, they do need a lot of work. And we could get some money in the budget, or use some money that's there.
well, that brings up the point, there's $40,000-$50,000 sitting in the funds that that should be used for the cemetery, and we don't have money in our budget. Why put money in the budget and tax the individuals when there is money already there, and that's what it's supposed to be used for? But we can't get an answer whether we can use this money or not. The lawyers, as I know, Bill, they never responded on that.
Okay, you guys need to talk to Larry Slayson
Yeah.
tell him that you are the chair of the select board, you need to know this week what you can do with those funds. And I'll give him all the, because he has not answered me, but you guys just,
I will,
you guys start on something and you never finish it,
I will,
okay? And so that's what you got to do.
I will come in and I will get a hold of Larry Slash and I'll see you this week, Phil, and I'll get an email off to him or something.
Where did the funds come from?
What are
They're public, these are funds that look in the town report that are the cemetery funds, and they're managed by the trustees of the public funds. And as I understand it, and I don't want to speak because I'm not 100%, Kim's not here, but the old days, the monies from the graves or from other things were put into this fund, and they used to pay Harold Wood Senior owed with these funds. And then they ran out of money, so that's why there was a line in the budget to pay for Walter or anybody to run it. But this money now has built up over these years, and I believe it's close to $60,000 on the two funds. And they were supposed to, Bill and I had talked to Kim about it, we sent it over to Larry Slason, and he has not commented, because some of this monies were deeded, there's language in these old, whatever, because somebody has to interpret this so that, to see whether this money can be used or it can't be used. And if it can be used, then the board can then fix these fences and fix the stones, and it doesn't have to come out of tax money. So, that's where I will make sure that I will reach Larry Slason, or if he can't do it, we'll have to find another attorney who can interpret these old documents and he has all these copies, it's all sent to him.
So will the trustees know about this?
No, the trustees just handle the money, but they don't know. This was stuff that was given years and years ago. And, there were multiple funds, and it's very complicated, but some attorney has to figure out whether or not we can or we can't. Otherwise, the trustees of funds.
Should be something that says preservation of the
Yeah,
cemetery.
well, it's not that complicated, it's very complicated, Kathy, I'm sorry, but it is. It's not straightforward.
Honestly, I don't remember this body taking this issue up since I've been here.
No, it's never taken it up because we never got an answer. So we will try to get an
All
answer.
right, that sounds like, on a positive note, I received some positive feedback about Austin in connection with both Henry Mosley's burial and also the burial that's coming up with Barbara, yeah. And both of those families were complimentary of how Austin managed their requests. And I thought that Austin also distinguished himself in the way he presented himself at the funeral, so.
The only negative, it wasn't even a negative, couple of comments I heard, same thing, I would did such a good job. Town could get him a sweatshirt that says, so he looks a little more
Yes.
professional or
Right,
whatever.
he
That's it.
wore his,
Comments I heard.
he looked very nice because he had on his Grafton Rescue navy
Oh, okay.
blue
All right.
shirt. So, but I think it would be great if we could get him something that said Town of Grafton.
That's the only comments I heard, other than of what a good job he did.
Herb and Bard Williams is the other.
Do you know what size it is?
I would say,
Large?
Oh, 2 or 3,
No,
at least 2, right?
Let's talk about that.
because I can have, Matisse do.
Well, let's ask him.
Okay,
Okay, that's not,
He could wear my stuff. So.
yes, easier.
okay.
yeah, that's a good suggestion.
Anything else, Dawn?
I'm glad I worked on it for him.
Highway, anything in the highway?
No.
Parks, nothing really.
The grant has been submitted
That's been done,
The
and
grant has been submitted and
Danny's ready to do it when he gets done
in
with
a
his
couple
work,
of
so.
weeks. And we also received a very nice letter from Tim Morton, and I just wanted to highlight that Tim said to Bill Kearns and to the Trail Committee and to the Select Board and to Al Sands, how much it was a pleasure working with all of them on this project. So I think it's been managed very, very well, and I think we should say thank you to these folks.
Okay. Personnel?
So I was just wondering, Bill, if you had the opportunity to distribute the personnel policies to all of the
They all
employees?
have them, yes,
Pardon?
yes, they all have them.
Great, thank you.
Anything else on the bill, on personnel? Bill, you want buildings and grounds now? You want to do the land?
Yes, and just to back over it, when the school was built, they added 25 feet to the school parcel so that they could put the school on it, and then they built the back end of the school right up against the parcel line. So the back end of the school was right on the boundary with the Window Foundation property, which property is also in ancient history called the Sootfin property, which we all know as the Northern Star Gallery property, 151 Townsend Road, that Michelle Briggs bought. When Michelle Briggs bought it, she didn't know what she bought and couldn't believe that she owned all the way back up to the school until I talked to her and said, according to the deeds and according to the description there, she owns back, not only that she owns back to the school, but the last 6 feet of her property has a building restriction on it for the school, as long as the school's right there. So I told, she is not interested in having that property. She's very interested in Grafton itself and in having that path remain for the residents and the visitors to use, because a lot of people use it going through that town, going all the way down to the, when they do know about it, all the way down to the cheese factory rather than walking on the street. And they go all, you can go all the way to the market as you know, if you've used the path. So I said, well, what I would ask the select board to do would, if they would pay for the survey cost of it, I would, we could do a lot line adjustment, which would adjust the parcel that the town owns, that the school leases from us. It would adjust that boundary to the west, all the way to her fence, right to her fence. And it would just be the Sootfin property. So it just, where her fence comes down from Townsend Road going back, it's a straight line back to the property line. There's a distance before you get to the school where the school sticks on the parcel line. And then it would be, so it'd be that from her fence line, it goes down and then it goes straight out to the road. That's the line that DiBernardo would use as the parcel line. And it would cost $2,200 for us to that would be the fee for the survey, $2,200. What that does for us, it keeps, if the school leases, when the school leases it from us, if the school leases it from us, it keeps the kids from going off the school grounds as soon as they step out that back door. It keeps the plow from plowing private property or town property as it goes around the school to keep the snow from melting and going in the school. And it gives the school more space for when the kids go from one picnic table to the other back behind the school, they'll be on the leased property. So it will, there won't be any question of insurance coverage for the school, and they'll have the room. Michelle won't have to worry about covering the path and fixing it herself. She doesn't want to do that anyway, but she won't have to worry about the public using her property for a path and then having an possible issue of potential liability for somebody getting hurt on. So I think it's a really good thing to do. I think It keeps people off the Townsend Road to the extent that they know about that path. They can get all the way to the cheese factory and beyond without walking on Townsend Road. And I think it's really a good deal for us, and I think that we should thank Michelle Briggs for willing to do that, and I think the $2,200 in fee is not very much to do it. Oh, by the way, the Wyndham Foundation, Bob Dunn called me today. He wasn't aware of the actual size of that parcel, and so when I explained to him, I sent it to him. He was happy with that outcome too, and though they have nothing to do with that parcel anymore, they sold it. He's happy that the path would stay.
So you're looking for a motion to,
I'd like to have a motion to allow me to prepare a lot line adjustment and to hire and the only cost of lot line adjustment as far as the town goes is the application fee of $250, but I think we can waive that since it's the town applying. That application would be signed by Michelle Briggs and by the town, so authorizing Joe to sign it, for instance. And so that would be to prepare the application for that and to hire DiBernardo and Associates to prepare the survey. We can do we can do the lot line adjustment, have it all completed without the survey being completed using a sketch plan, because our laws say, our regulations say that the survey has to be recorded within 180 days of the decision being made. The lot line adjustment is not a hearing. I simply published that to all the abutters. And if no one can give a good legal reason why it shouldn't be done within 15 days from the date that they received the notice, I can sign the lot line adjustment and that completes it, except for the filing of the survey, which would happen probably in September. He thinks they'd have it done in September.
okay, so I guess,
Can I ask who maintains this pathway and this land?
No,
The town
no,
or the school?
nobody.
nobody. If they do this and it goes under the lease, the school would maintain it.
So if it goes under the lease,
The school,
so help us understand this, is the property actually going to belong to the town?
pardon me?
Go ahead, Kathy. I think I was
No, the property-
asking the same
The
question.
property belongs to Michelle Briggs.
And
No,
then she,
no, but when we do this lot line adjustment,
It would belong to the town.
town,
so the Michelle property will end at her fence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the new town property will go to the parcel line of the school,
Yes,
which includes the path.
yes.
Okay. And the impetus for this topic coming up in the first place was Logan's email about the state of disrepair of the path.
That's what brought it to us.
That's what-
But
that's what-
I'll tell you what's more important than that. You have kids walking out the back door of the school on the private property.
I
That
understand.
should have concerned a lot of people a long time ago, but they weren't aware of it.
No, believe me, I think that this is a very win-win situation that you've helped negotiate here, Bill. But my question remains about the path. It is in a severe state of disrepair, and it does talk about liability. It does need to be repaired.
So who repairs it?
Well, you guys can repair it. Once it's done, you guys can have it repaired, whatever way you want to do it. But once it becomes under the lease, then it's the school's. By the very least, we don't do anything on that property by the very least. If that's the same, if that is part of, when we amend, if we amend simply the land description and the school accepts it, they would have full responsibility for that.
Okay.
In the meantime, you guys could order the highway department to fix it. Whatever you want.
my suggestion is we deal with deal with the lot line adjustment, and let's put the path on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
And that'll give us an opportunity to maybe, whatever.
You cannot fix that path until you own the land.
That's what I'm saying, so that's why we need to do the lot line adjustment.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
So
I
that,
just want to make sure I'm clear that when, and if and when the school signs the lease, their leased property will extend to Michelle Craig's fence. Is that correct?
If they accept an amendment to the description of the property, yes.
Okay. So there's not going to be a division between where the school owns and the town.
I can't answer that question. That's up to the school. If the school doesn't want to lease it, yeah.
Can you answer it in terms of the proposal that we're about to make?
The proposal that I would suggest you make to the school is that they amend the description of the property by accepting that portion that we are talking about onto the school's leased property.
And that portion we're talking about extends to Michelle's fence,
From her fence to the school.
to the fence, to the parcel line of the school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this time sensitive in the sense of what we're doing with the school? Is this been whole?
I think the time sensitive is for liability purposes. I think that's what the liability. So I think the motion should indicate, as Bill said, that we approve the lot line adjustment, and we should waive the $200 50 feet, since it's the town. So basically, what you're gonna do is vote for this, and you're gonna pay you $2,200 for the survey fee.
And was that money coming from?
And I would like to
Well,
authorize Joe to sign the
yeah,
application.
there'll be money in the legal form. There is some leeway in the budget to do this kind of stuff.
One of the things that Michelle is asking for, and she's been very clear about that, is that the path stays open because it serves a lot of people and keeps pedestrians off the Townsend Road. If and when this parcel gets leased to the school, will the school then have the liability for people walking on that path?
They would.
And their insurance would have to cover that.
They have that same issue right now with the parking lot. That easement that goes down the other way, that's a public easement, all the way through the parking lot, past the tetherball pole, down to the thing, that's a public easement.
But we're not talking about a public easement here.
It is, if someone's gonna walk on the property, sure, it's a public easement.
So does that need to be part of what we agreed to tonight?
What I asked Joe when I sent him the thing, what I'd like to see on that, on his survey is that the path be kept and maintained, and that no other use be made of that property, except use as a path, maybe a bench, something like that. But put that right in our agreement with her that they're not gonna put anything else back on that property. It'd be used as a path situation, and for them to move the students around it. You know, at the school, they go from table to table, they use the outside a lot for classes.
So what I think I just heard you say is there would be a type of public easement that would be described in the document that Michelle is going to sign, that Devo's going to put together for us.
It will be public property. I don't know if I don't know that you need a public easement, it would be public property.
Well, it's going to belong to the school.
Yeah, but it's public property.
Okay, just so what I'm trying to do is get clear that when we agree to this, that it will be understood by the select board and the school that that path will remain
Yes.
for visitors and guests.
Yes,
And that people who walk on the path, if the school is leasing it, will need to probably that they would be covered by the school's liability insurance.
I'm not an attorney, so I cannot answer now. But I guess they would, just like anybody coming on the school property right now.
Okay.
All right, so we need a motion. Bill, do you wanna,
So you approve applying for the lot line adjustment, authorizing Joe to sign, waive the fee.
restrict?
And the conditions of the lot line adjustment will be that the path stays
Right.
and that there be no other use other than open area for the school. And that we pay the cost of the survey.
And we waived the 250.
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. All right, somebody want to make that motion?
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay. I think we have enough discussion, but do we have any more? I think we're all clear now. Okay. All right, so all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, good.
So would we get a copy of this agreement as select board?
Copy of
The, well, the motion will be in the minutes.
it. Most would be in a minute, but
Okay.
more importantly, the agreement between you and the select board and Mrs. Craig's will be the application, because it'll state all the conditions in the
Okay.
application.
But you don't have that.
Okay, so
There won't be a separate agreement with it.
I got it, okay. And then did we also say that on the next agenda on the agenda for the next select board meeting, we will discuss the repair of the path?
We can talk about it, yes, I'll put it on.
Okay. Because meanwhile, until we have, when we sign this agreement, let me understand the sequence of events here. When we sign this agreement with Michelle, which will be her application, and until such time as the school signs the lease, the town will own that property. And if there's an injury on that path, the town will be responsible for that.
Well, somebody went to school or the town.
But the school, my eventuality that I'm discussing here
Okay,
is
just
in the
so
time
we're clear.
between
Just so
when we
we're
sign
clear.
the agreement with Michelle, if and when.
Just so we're
she
clear.
signs the lease.
When I sign after the 15 days are up and say, okay, the town now owns it, from that day forward, our insurance will cover it. Prior to that time, it's Michelle.
It's Michelle,
It's Michelle.
right,
Now,
that's
okay.
what I thought.
If, I don't want to get that complicated, but if you're going to fix that path tomorrow,
You can't fix it until
No,
you
we
own the
can't
property.
fix it until we own it.
okay, then,
You can't fix the property.
then if people fall on it, that's Michelle's
That's
issue.
Michelle, I understand, and that's not the topic I brought up.
Okay.
The topic I brought up is when the town owns it.
Then, yes,
And I think that it would behoove us to have that path repaired.
But once we own it, I don't think it'll be very long before it's fixed.
yeah, okay. All right, so you want to talk about the way of heat pumps or any more?
The other one that will come when it comes, Kate hasn't got it in,
Okay.
don't know what else to say, and, they are, with regard to the elevator, they are contracting with All Seasons to do the work probably in the fall.
There's no wastewater. Do we have any other business? If there isn't, do we have any public comment? If not, the next regular meeting.
Oh, I
is-
do have other business, sorry.
Sorry.
I was just wondering, Don Dougal in our last meeting went over a number of action items that pertain to the town, and I just wonder what the status of those is.
I have no idea.
They're presented in the minutes.
I talked to you about the Don's questions that were there after the meeting.
Maybe it'd be fine with me if we put this on the agenda for the next meeting, Joe, instead of trying to do it now.
Yeah, no, we'll do it.
One of them that was brought to my attention, property down on 121, right-hand side towards the river, across from Grapes. I wasn't here at the meeting.
Yeah, yeah, let's put it on the next agenda.
Okay,
And
are
we'll
we
do that.
agreeing to put it on the
Yeah,
next
we'll put it
agenda?
on the agenda.
Okay.
And I'll review with Bill on his comments.
Did you want to say something about the police on the other, about the dog, about the dog officer on the other comment?
No, we talked about it.
That's covered enough.
That's the other thing that we talked about with the sheriff. So.
So the next regular meeting is Monday, it's not June 6th, it'll be, what is it, 16th?
That's maybe
I don't have the calendar.
The 20th.
The 20th, whatever it is, the next meeting will be
Yeah,
20th.
yeah.
the 20th of June.
That's good.
A motion to adjourn,
I'll make that motion.
all in favor, say aye.
All
Bill, I'll get with you, John, these comments, you probably didn't realize it when, if you weren't here that.
Yeah.
Daniel.
One minute, wait a second, this is still recording.
Sorry.
This is still recording.
I don't know what I can do. What's going on?
Okay, Daniel.
It's me, not a rat.
That's it. You get well, Rich.
I will make it on the next.
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
I just want
Is there anything that I missed? I don't want to say anything.
I was supposed to take that.